judges natin. Ito yung judges natin.
Yes, magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Napaka-festive ang atmosphere dito sa Department of Education Central Office. At ako'y naniniwala din na ang lahat ng mga regional offices ay may kanya-kanyang palatuntunan upang ipagdiwang ang ika-124 na anibersaryo ng kagawaran ng edukasyon.
Tama yan, Sir Fidel. So, happy 124th anniversary, Department of Education. So we are going live sa ating official DepEd Facebook page. And we would also like to greet everyone, including the regional offices, the schools division offices, and syempre yung mga schools nationwide. So magandang umaga po muli sa ating lahat.
Sige nga, Sir Aaron, kung gising pa itong mga nagparada dito sa ating compound, tawagin natin ang bawat team upang mapakinggan ang kani-kanilang cheers.
At sigurado naman kami na ang bawat Execom portfolio ay nag-ready hindi lang ng kanilang mga banner, pero kasama na rin yung kanilang mga respective cheers. Sige, Sir Fidel, simulan natin. Kaninong Execom portfolio ba tayo magsisimula?
Unahin natin ang mga nakaitim from the administration. Maraming salamat, administration team. Bigyan naman natin sila ng isang masigabong palakpakan.
At syempre, magpapatalo ba? Sa kulay ng kahel, ang Legislative Affairs! Wow, so mukhang masarap yung almusal ng Team Kahel, no? Thank you very much, Legislative Affairs.
Now comes the green team from Finance.
Maraming salamat. Green Team, ang ating Finance.
Palakpakan natin ang Finance team.
Ngayon, dumako naman tayo sa ika-4, no? Siguradong hindi magpapatalo ang koponan ng mga Purple. Human Resource and Organizational Development. Maraming salamat, Human Resource and Organizational Development.
Narito naman ang susunod, ang mga nakadilaw mula sa curriculum and instruction. Thank you very much, Yellow Team.
Puntahan naman natin ang ika-6 sa gawin ng mga puti, ang Office of the Secretary. Okay, so maraming salamat, Office of the Secretary.
At syempre, hindi maaaring makalimutan ng team ng Red, ang Legal Affairs. Thank you very much, Team Red.
Para sa ating ika-8 EXCOM portfolio, Move the Way cause Blue is on the way, Field Operations, Palarong Pambansa Secretariat, and BEACO. Okay, thank you very much, Blue Team, sa kanilang very festive na cheer. Maram, maraming Maraming salamat, Knights of Benigno Drum and Lyre mula sa Benigno S. Aquino Elementary School. Muli ay palakpakan po natin sila.
Sa ating minamahal na kalihim, Leonor Magtolis Briones, kasama ang iba pang executive committee members, at sa lahat ng bumubuo ng kagawaran ng edukasyon, pati na rin sa ating mga panauhin, isang mapagpalang umaga sa ating lahat.
Muli ay Happy 124th Anniversary, Department of Education. We are going live sa ating official DepEd Facebook page. So we would also like to greet everyone who's watching online from the respective regional offices, school divisions offices, at mga schools na kasama natin nationwide. Isang magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Isang paalala lamang po para sa ating mga undersecretary, sa ating mga directors, dean's directors, you can occupy the seats right in front of us. Pwede nyo pong okupahin ang ating mga upuan sa harapan.
Thank you. At bilang panimula, ating panoorin ang mga nakahandang mensahe ng ating executive committee members para sa pagdiriwang ng ika-124 na anibersaryo ng kagawaran ng edukasyon. Roll VTR.
Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Kami po sa Curriculum and Instruction Strand ay nakikibahagi sa ika-124 na founding anniversary ng Kagawaran ng Edukasyon. Tayo po ay nakatuon sa pamana, kahusayan at tagumpay ng edukasyon. And of course, all of us have all been able to demonstrate that even a COVID-19 pandemic will not stop us from doing our tasks to ensure that the children, the Filipino youngsters, are given the opportunity to prepare for their future. And of course, we're very glad that Secretary Liling has been there providing us the strategic leadership, inspiring leadership that enabled us to do things properly. Mabuhay po ang kagawaran ng edukasyon. God bless.
A pleasant day to everyone, especially to our DepEd family. I would like to thank and congratulate each and every one of you as we celebrate our 124th founding anniversary today. And on behalf of the Secretary and my fellow members of the Executive Committee, I commend all of our officials, our teaching and non-teaching personnel, and also to our partners and stakeholders who continue to all work together for our learners. I am thankful to have served with all of you for the past 6 years, and I am hopeful that DepEd continues on its service for many, many more years to come. Mabuhay po ang DepEd, mabuhay po tayong lahat.
To our beloved Secretary, esteemed EXECO members, hardworking officials and employees, passionate teachers and non-teaching staff, dearest learners, supportive parents, the entire DepEd community, isang mainit at masayang pagbati sa inyong lahat sa ating pagdiriwang ng 124 na anibersaryo ng pagkatatag. Ang tema ng ating pagdiriwang ngayon ay pamana, kahusayan at tagumpay ng edukasyon. At kung pinag-uusapan natin ang pamana o legacy, hindi maiwasang mabanggit ang kayamanan, ang mga bagay na mahalaga sa atin, ang ating mga pinakaiingatang bagay. Sa puntong ito, nais kong anyayahan ng lahat upang magbalik tanaw sa mga nakalipas na taon, ano-ano ang mga bagay na maituturing nating mga pamana sa ating kagawaran. Looking back, I am beyond grateful for the valuable lessons I have received from the great leaders of the department before me. They are the trailblazers who paved the way for numerous innovations that have greatly contributed to the milestones and successes of the department. I consider these lessons as my pamana from them. Speaking of leaders, at this point I would like to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate our Secretary, Leonor Magtones Briones, who has competently and faithfully served the department for the past 6 years, 2 of which are in the midst of the unprecedented global health crisis. Secretary Lilin, you have inspired us to do more and contribute more to the achievement of the department's mission of protecting and promoting the right of every Filipino to quality, equitable, culture-based, and complete basic education. Maraming salamat po sa inyong maraming pamana, Ma'am Lily. Moving forward, I would like to invite all the DepEd family across governance levels to celebrate with us this historic event. We join each one of you to participate in the week-long celebration, which is comprised of numerous activities organized by the Employees Welfare Division. These include Thanksgiving Mass, mini bazaar, bloodletting activities, nationwide parade, cultural dance competitions, banner presentations, and the legacy talk of the Secretary, and among others. And in closing, I would like to greet the entire family of the department a happy and blessed 124th founding anniversary.
Sa lahat sa kagawaran ng edukasyon, sa buong DepEd, happy anniversary! Happy 124th founding anniversary! Tayo lahat ay bahagi ng patuloy na pagsulat ng kasaysayan ng edukasyon sa ating bansa. Marami tayong hinarap ng mga pagsubok sa mga nakaraang mga taon, mula sa mga bagyo at pagbaha, pagputok ng bulkan at itong pandemya. Ngunit naririto pa rin tayo nakatindig at taas noo sa ating patuloy na paglilingkod para sa kabataang Pilipino, para sa bayan. I am proud to have served alongside you, the many teaching and non-teaching personnel of the Department of Education. Happy founding anniversary to DepEd. Happy founding anniversary to all of us. Mabuhay po kayo.
On the 124th founding anniversary of the DepEd, we celebrate with the theme, Pamana, Kahusayan at Tagumpay ng Edukasyon. 124 years is a long time. In that period, the DepEd has served not only 124 million learners, but many more. The DepEd has served each one of those learners, doing its best to uphold the right of every learner to an accessible and quality education in a learning environment that promotes the learner's well-being. Nais po nating pasalamatan ang bawat kasapi ng kagawaran ng edukasyon at lahat ng tumutulong sa atin. Sa ating sama-samang paglilingkod, naway hubog tayo ng mabubuting mamamayang Pilipino maambag sa pagsulong ng ating mahal na bayan. Ang tagumpay ng edukasyon ng bawat mag-aaral ay tagumpay ng ating bayan. Maligayang anibersaryo sa kagawaran ng edukasyon.
The past 6 years in the Department of Education have been momentous and meaningful. Momentous because all our hard work, the days and even nights of identifying, discussing, and assessing challenges in basic education resulted in tangible reforms and innovations that translate to better access and improved quality. Meaningful because at the end of the day, our decision and actions have impact on the course of the lives of our bottom line, our learners. As we celebrate DepEd's 124th anniversary, may we not lose sight of the challenges, aspirations, and goals that continue to evolve as we move forward to the future. Along with this are the many minds that we are responsible to mold to become critical, the many hearts that we are responsible to shape with compassion, and the spirits that we are responsible to keep close to the truth. Despite these years, may we not rest on our laurels. The many accomplishments that we have do not speak of our greatness, but of the vastness of the work that has to be done, of the futures that have to be secured through quality basic education. Let us continue building on the gains and nurture Filipinos who are makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, makabansa, at lagi para sa katotohanan. Isang taus-pusong pagbati sa kagawaran ng edukasyon para sa ika-124 anniversary celebration.
Happy anniversary, DepEd. We always express our elation as parcel of the Department of Education in its nitty-gritty role in molding great Filipinos. Allow this event not only as a reminder of the great heroes we have produced, but also of those great women and men in the Department of Education who dedicatedly toiled the ground so that the department sprouts with more green leaves.
Let us all celebrate the 124th founding anniversary of DepEd as it strives to meet its goals and objectives for the children of this country. As we celebrate, we must remember and be grateful to the founders and their successors, the stakeholders, and you, that we are able to continuously perform the DepEd's mandate. And this anniversary becomes more special in this time of so many challenges, that DepEd, as an institution, is able to adjust and cope with the demands of the situation. We can indeed greet ourselves happy anniversary because we have another school year of successful learning continuity amidst the COVID-19 pandemic.
Sa ating mga opisyal, empleyado, staff, mga guro, at lahat ng kasali ng kagawaran ng edukasyon, isang maligaya at mapagpalang pagdiriwang ng ika-124 na anibersaryo ng pagkakatatag ng ating minamahal na ahensya. Sana ay patuloy nating pangatawanan ng tapat at may husay ang ating mandato na makamit ang kalidad at maayos na edukasyon para sa lahat. Patuloy nating itaguyod ang isang mapagpalayang edukasyon at ipanalo ang kabataang Pilipino. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay ang kagawaran ng edukasyon.
Maraming salamat sa very inspiring messages ng ating executive committee members para sa ating week-long celebration ng 124th founding anniversary ng Department of Education.
Tunay namang nakaka-inspire ang mga mensaheng ipinarating ng ating mga executive committee members. Pero bago tayo magpatuloy sa susunod na parte ng ating programa, nais muna naming magpakilala sa inyong lahat bilang tagapagdaloy ng programa sa araw na ito. Ako po si Aaron Castro mula sa Employee Welfare Division.
At ang inyong lingkod, Fidel Salosagcol ng parehong opisina. Kaya naman, Sir Aaron, pumarito na talaga tayo sa sinasabi mong exciting part, ang Central Office Banner Contest. Pero bago yan, let us know the mechanics and criteria for judging. Para sa mechanics?
Para sa ating mechanics, simpleng banner contest rules lamang po. First, the banner should be eco-friendly and promote the 4 R's. Refuse, reduce, reuse, and recycle. The 124th founding anniversary theme and the overall DepEd spirit. The banner size must be no larger than 36 times 84 inches and it should be horizontal or landscape only. All banners must be 2-dimensional. 3-dimensional banners will not be accepted. Banners with wet glue, wet surfaces, or pieces that may fall off will not be allowed. Materials are limited to that which can be hung on the wire, string, or cord. Banner winners will be announced towards the end of the program on June 23, later in the afternoon. For the criteria of judging,
50% theme originality, must demonstrate unique incorporation of 124th anniversary theme, eco-friendly materials, of course, and promotion of 4 R's and DepEd spirit. Also, 30% artistic quality and 20% overall neatness. Pero bago natin tunghayan at i-flex ang banner ng iba't ibang EXECOM offices, atin munang pasalamatan ang major sponsor para sa ating mga patimpalak sa araw na ito. From the Manila Teachers Savings and Loan Association, si Sir Chofisto Glenn V. Hermosa, ang Area Manager, si Sir Honorio V. Depano Jr., Assistant Operations Manager, at si Sir George A. Soriano, Operations Supervisor and Executive Assistant.
muli ay maraming salamat Manila Teachers Savings and Loan Association Incorporated. Since, Sir Fidel, this is a contest, hindi naman pwede na mawala ang ating mga prizes para sa ating banner making contest.
That's
The
right.
grand winner or the champion will be receiving a total amount of 40,000 pesos. So the 30,000 pesos will be coming from our sponsor and 10,000 is care of the Department of Education.
And the second placer will be receiving 20,000 pesos from our sponsor and an additional 8,000 pesos from the Department of Education with a total amount of 28,000 pesos.
Ang third placer naman ay makakatanggap ng 15,000 pesos from our sponsor and an additional 5,000 pesos from the Department of Education with a total amount of 20,000 pesos. Siyempre, walang uuwing luhaan sa ating mga EXECOM portfolio offices. Lahat ng hindi mapipili sa top 3 ay mag-uuwi pa rin ng tumataginting na 5,000 pesos. Walang talo, so lahat tayo dito ay panalo.
Eto na, at dadako na nga tayo upang tuluyan lang mahusgahan ang kanya-kanyang banner. At mangyari lamang na kapag tinawag ang inyong team, ay pumunta dito sa harapan upang matunghayan ng ating mga hurado ang inyong ginawa. At mabigyan sila ng pagkakataon na mapili kung sino ang nararapat na tumanggap ng major prizes. First, ang mga nakaitim, ang administration. Under the EXECOM portfolio of the administration are the following: Administrative Service, Information and Communications Technology Service, Bureau of Learner and Support Services, Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Service, Baguio Teachers Camp, Central Security and Safety Office, Procurement and Administration, Procurement Management Service, Administrative Service led by Undersecretary Alain Del B. Pascua.
Isang magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Hayaan niyo akong ipaliwanag ang banner namin sa pamamagitan ng isang tula. Tayo ay mga puno. Nagsimula sa isang buto, nagkaroon ng ugat, lumago, nagsanga, yumabong ang mga dahon, namulaklak at namunga. Mistulan tayong mga punong sinubok ng panahon, pinagtibay ng mga kalamidad, pinatatag ng tag-araw at tag-ulan. Mistulan tayong mga punong kasamang tumindig sa maraming henerasyon. Nasaksihan natin ang mga batang naglalambitin sa ating mga sanga, ang mga gurong sumisilong sa ating lilim kung sila'y pagal na. Saksi tayo sa maraming taon na sakripisyo at pagsisikap na mga ilaw at haligi ng tahanan at mga paaralan. Tayo ay mga puno. Tayo ang pinagmula ng sustansya, ng silong at pagkalinga sa mundong binabalot ng polusyon. Ikaw at ako, tulad ng mga puno, magsisilbing mga bungang malusog, mahusay, mabuti at mapagkalinga. Tayo ang pinagmula ng mga batang makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabagsak. Tayo ang mga puno. Ang ating mga kamay ang ningas upang magliyabang husay at tagumpay ng bawat batang Pilipino. Ang kahoy natin, ang hagdan nila sa buhay, gawa sa ating mga aklat na pinagmumulan ng malay nila at husay. At ito, ang pamana natin sa kanila, ang ating serbisyo, ang ating sakripisyo, ang mga pamana natin upang ang edukasyon ay mag-ugat, lumago, magsanga, yumabong, mamulaklak at balang araw ay mamunga tulad ng isang puno. Kaya para sa kabataang Pilipino, ito ang ating pamana sa ating bansa, kahusayan at tagumpay sa edukasyon. Mabuhay po ang pamilya ng DepEd mula sa OUA at sa ating mahal na Yusek Alain Pascua. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat sa koponan ng mga nakaitim, ang administration. Sumunod naman sa kulay ng kahel, ang Legislative Affairs. Sa ilalim ng EXECOM portfolio ng Legislative Affairs ay ang Legislative Liaison Office, External Partnership Service, Program Management Service, Private Education Office, at sila ay pinamumunuan ni Undersecretary Tony Umali.
Hello. To our Honorable Secretary, Ma'am Leonor Magtolis Briones, our dearest Undersecretaries, Assistant Secretaries, Directors, and fellow staff, good morning. The Office of the Undersecretary for Legislative Affairs, External Partnerships, Program Management Service, and Private Education Office proudly presents our visual interpretation for the theme Pamana, Kahusayan at Tagumpay ng Edukasyon. For 124 years, DepEd has been in service for the Filipino learners, rooted in genuine values that truly made us Filipino, and our commitment to create future leaders. DepEd has consistently established programs for quality, accessible, and inclusive basic education for all. This relentless pursuit for excellence has made who we are as DepEd today. Our accomplishments for the past 6 years shall be the foundation of our legacy for the next generation. In answering the call of environmental responsibility, we have used materials such as scratch papers, magazines, old calendars, crepe papers, tissue papers, bouquet wrappers, foil boxes, used ribbons, twigs, leaves, and old garlands. Now, I shall be explaining the symbolism of each part. We have chosen the tree as the main theme for our banner, which represents the strength, growth, and sustainability of our basic education system. The roots represent the legacy of wisdom, supportive family, and support of DepEd for the next generation of learners. It is our anchor in establishing different programs for education. The trunk is the shape of a pencil as it symbolizes how we are able to write our future through properly shaping the minds of our learners. The trunk is made stronger by different partnerships we establish with different sectors of the society. The leaves represent the different paths our future leaders can take in realization of their role in the development of the Philippines. The fruits symbolize the different outcomes of good and quality education. Our learners can take whatever path they may want to take, which shall contribute towards a better country. Again, happy 124th anniversary, Department of Education.
Thank you very much, Orange Team, Legislative Affairs.
Siyempre, hindi magpapaluli ang green team rather. We have the finance. Come on down. Ito po ay binubuo ng Finance Service, Education Programs Delivery Unit or EPDU na pinamumunuan ni Yusek Annalyn M. Sevilla.
Mapagpalang araw po sa lahat at binabati ko po ang ating mga DepEd family ng 124th anniversary and also to our LGBT community friends, we also want to greet them Happy Pride Month. So, medyo konting lecture tayo. So, we're gonna be a bit interactive this time. So, kung usaping pamana, ano yung unang bagay na dapat nating tandaan? So, if we're going to stick sa rules, sa criteria, ang number one rule is we have to reduce, reuse, and recycle. Isang bagay na pwede nating ipamana sa mga future learners natin. So, may isang line dito na gusto kong basahin which I think gives impact doon sa word na pamana. So, this is, going green means to pursue knowledge and practices that can lead to more environmentally friendly and ecologically responsible decisions and lifestyle. Which can help protect the environment and sustain its natural resources for current and future generations. So dun pa lang, malalaman na natin na mapapamana natin sa mga kabataan ang pagtuturo ng reuse, reuse, and recycle. Kasi sila yung magbe-benefit nito in the future. So second, so we're going dun tayo sa visual na ginawa ng aming OUF team. So simulan natin sa, wait lang ha. Okay. So, kung tatandaan natin, pag sinabing pamana, pag naisip mo ang lolo at lola mo, ang unang papasok sa isip mo ay baul. Pag binuksan mo yung baul, may kita mo yung mga treasures na gustong ipamana sa ng lolo at lola mo. So, we are visualizing this baul right now. At pag binuksan mo ito, ang aming ipapamana sa mga kabataan, unang-una sa lahat, ang sining at kultura. Ang sining at kultura, ang soul ng ating bansa. Kung wala ito, ano ang Pilipinas ngayon, di ba? That the culture and arts gives the character to our country. It gives it gives us personality on who we are as a Filipino and what we are as a Filipino. So moving forward, meron tayong four values na dapat pinapaalala natin at dapat nating ituro sa mga future generations is una, ang pagiging makatao. This is, recently we just celebrated the 500 years of the Filipinos. So isa doon ay ang humanity. So we have, because of our heroes, because of Lapu-Lapu and our ancestors, napakita natin ang pagiging makatao natin sa pagdating ng grupo nila Magellan dito sa ating bansa. Napakita natin na kaya natin makipagkapwa-tao sa kanila. Second, pagiging makajos. Kultura naman yata sa Pilipino ang pagiging makajos. Pero dapat ipaalala natin sa mga kabataan ang mga values na tinuturo sa Biblia. Dapat hindi natin nakakalimutan yan. Because right now, because of the pandemic, madali na lang sa mga bata ngayon ang mang-bash online. So we should teach them values. Values na natututunan natin sa simbahan. Third, ang pagiging makakalikasan. Yun nga po, tulad po sa nabanggit ko, we have to remind them to reduce, reuse, and recycle. Kasi in the long run, sila din ang magbe-benefit nito. So they have to practice it. We have to show them how to do it properly. We have to be zero waste. We have to be environmental friendly. So lahat to and recycled materials. So ang mga ginamit dito ay from the lace, yung mga galing sa regional offices, pag duwarating yung ating mga exicom. So ginamit namin to, especially this one. And then the rest are, we would like to thank our friends from Land Bank kasi di ba every year namimigay sila ng kalendaryo. So malaking tulong din pala to na nagamit namin yung mga visuals dun sa kalendaryo nila. And these visuals, like this one, it represents our heroes. Sila yung nag-pave way to give us freedom, to give us the rights to learn. Kasi naman, kung tatandaan natin, way back, wala tayong karapatang matuto. Diba? Tinatawag natin Indio. But because of them, they pave way to let us learn. And then, we would also like to show our makabagong bayani. Etong mga to, sila ngayon ang matatawag nating bagong bayani. Mga pulis, mga militar, mga teachers, especially mga teachers, sila ang nagbibigay ng knowledge sa mga learners natin. Sila ang nagpapamana ng mga magbubuting asal, mga knowledge sa ating bansa. So yun lang, just to sum it up, yes, ang mapapamana natin is the values that we learned, not only from the school, but also from our house. So yun lang po, thank you.
Maraming salamat, sir. Well said. Na-emphasize talaga ang description ng kanilang banner. Lamang ay pinapakiusapan na ilimita lamang sana sa 3 minuto ang description ng ating mga nagawang banners.
Yon, so maraming salamat pa rin sa ating green team, ang finance. Siguradong hindi magpapatalo ang koponan ng mga purple, human resource and organizational development.
Magandang umaga at masayang pagbati ng ika-120 taong anibersaryong pagkatatag ng Kagawaran. Naalala niyo pa ba ang huling biyahe ninyo sa mga probinsya sa lugar ng ating mga lolo at lola? O di kaya'y ang pagbisita sa lumang tahanan ng ating kapamilya? Naalala niyo ba ang lahat ng mga bagay na inyong pinakaiingatan? Ang ilan ay maaring may baol ng kayamanan, ngunit ang iba may abubot na hindi maiwanan at hindi kayang pakawalan. Ito ay tatak ng isang Pilipino, ngunit merong isang bagay na tiyak kong pinakaiingatan ng lahat. At ito ay ang mga piraso ng bakal o metal na inukita ng parangal at pagkilala sa pilak at ginto. Ito'y minsan lang nakamit ng ating mag-aaral, ngunit mistulang ang tumanggap ay buong pamilya. Ito ay ating isinilid sa isang kwadro at isinabit sa haligi ng tahanan. Ito ang pamana. Sa hanay ng mga kawani ng UROD, ng BHROD at ng International Cooperation Office, nais naming ibahagi ang isang mensahe at taglay nito ang kayamanang kailan may hindi malilipasan ng panahon at hindi maiiwan ng pagbabago. Inilatag sa bandilang ito ang mga programa, pulisiya at alituntunin ng dinisenyo sa pamamagitan ng mga bagay na niresiklo katulad ng straw, scratch paper, mga art paper, paper plates, tirang barnis at lumang tarpaulin. Amin pong iniaambag sa lahat upang maabot natin ang ating adhikain, pamana, gurong ito kalidad, sulong ito kalidad. Ito po ay isang dahilan upang makamit natin ang mandato at hiraya ng ating kagawaran. Maraming salamat sa inyong pakikinig at nawa ang ating silakbo at daluyong ng muling pagpapahalaga at pagdakila sa mga pamana sa atin ay patuloy na umusbong at higit pang yumabong. Maraming salamat. Magandang umaga.
Maraming salamat, Purple Team. Kanina may dalawang taong nag-uusap dito at naulanigan ko kung sinong uutusan nilang magsalita habang pre-present ang banner. Mabuti na lang at nautusan nila at nagpaunlak naman ang kanilang USEC.
Maraming salamat, Human Resource and Organizational Development. Dumako naman tayo sa mga nakadilaw mula sa Curriculum and Instruction. Sa ilalim ng EXICOM portfolio ng Curriculum Instruction ay ang Bureau of Curriculum Development, Bureau of Learning Delivery, Bureau of Education Assessment, Bureau of Learning Resources, Teacher Education Council Secretariat, Literacy Coordinating Council Secretariat, Indigenous Peoples Education Office, kasama na ang Alternative Learning System. Sila ay pinangungunahan ni Undersecretary Diosdado San Antonio.
Morning po. Nung matanggap namin ang memo, nakalagay doon sa ating frame, sabi, pamana, kahusayan at ano nga ba? At tagumpay, kahusayan at tagumpay ng edukasyon. So, ang reflection namin doon, ano nga ba ang pamana namin? So, syempre by strand, ano ba ang pamana ng curriculum and instruction? So, doon namin na-reflect, dito po ay ang KITE. Unang-una, ang CI ay mayroon po ng initiative ng KITE. KITE, so let me express first or explain the elements ng banner namin. So una po yung KITE. Yung KITE ay meaning the K-12 issues and trends explored. Ito po ang official e-publications of the Curriculum and Instruction strand of DepEd. So, diyan po ay sabi nga, the kite must fly seriously high, that even with the wind or emergency, ay kayang-kaya pa rin. So yun po ang pinatunayan natin, lalo na ng DepEd, na despite of everything, itong panahon ng COVID-19, education must go on. So yun po ang pinapatunayan at isa po yun sa pamana na ibinigay ng CI. So, dito po sa aming colored, tingnan po natin ang white, siyempre yung purity. Meaning po ay yun ang kadalisayan ng aming serbisyo. Yung totoo pong pagbibigay ng aming sarili para matupad lang ang mission ng DepEd or mission and mandate ng curriculum and instructions and the bureaus and services. Blue represents, alam po natin, ang kulay blue, it represents the sky and the sea. It is associated with open spaces, freedom, and intuitions. So it represents the introspective journeys of the CI. It symbolizes the wisdom, the knowledge, and then the bravery and dedications ng mga tao behind of ng mga tao, from the USEC down to the list of employees ng CI. And then the red, it sa psychology, meaning ay passion, love, energy, and action. Kaya nga, nung una po nang binigay namin yan, sabi ni ASEC, sino ang gagawa ng ating banner? Nang pumunta kami doon sa bureaus, walang mga tao, nasaan sila? Nandoon, action. Yun po ang palaging tinitingnan. Bureaus and offices, action palagi. And then, of course, sa red, alam natin yun, pag red ay, it represents the heart, no? The love, it brings warm, burn, it burns diseases. So CI burns the disease of ignorance and the lack of knowledge. So sa silver white, nakita po ninyo yan, yung silver white na yan, nandyan, kasi sabi doon sa ang sukat ay 84 inches and 63 width. So yun po, ang silver white, it represents hope and then the unconditional love, the visions and illuminations. It serves as the unconditional services of the CI strand. And then, the white, yung pong nakapaikot dyan, no? Parang kung sa flag natin ay yung sun. No? So, it represents purity, wholeness, no? Eternity, di ba? Yung circle, eternity, the wholeness, and then the completion. So, alam po natin that the CI is the core offices ng DepEd. So, we look always on the holistic development of the child. So, and then, kaya, yung pang palaging busy sa atin tayo ngayon, no? Ang buong DepEd, para maayos natin yung dream na yun, the holistic curriculum. And then, so, nakita niyo po yung race, so siguro talagang pinagtugma po yun, yung 8 rays ng flag natin, but sa amin, that represents the 8 bureaus and services. No? The BCD, the BLD, the BEA, the BLR, the TEC, the LCC, the FCAO, and then the BEI. No? So they are radiating their love, no? And then their love, and then their desire, their illuminations, and then their unconditional love, just to serve the missions of DepEd. And then, nandiyan po sa gitna ang ating bata. Alam natin that the center of our effort, the center of our dreams, is the development of our bata. No? Sabi nga sa CI, bawat bata bumabasa. Ayun po. And then, the 3 stars, it represents ang aming mga execum, the OUCI, the OWASALs, and then the OWACI. No, that and then as a whole po ng aming kite, no, the kite, it offers spaces, offers po para sa lahat, no, sa buong DepEd, sa buong Pilipinas. It offers spaces for it is an inclusive platform of educational research publications for knowledge sharing of practices to stakeholders, for utilizations and adoption, and for quality teaching, learning, and continuous improvement purposes for sulong edukalidad. Happy 124th founding anniversary and congratulations. Thank you po.
Maraming salamat, curriculum and instruction.
At siyempre, hindi maaaring makalimutan ng Red Team ng Legal Affairs. Tinitiyak ko, naghanda rin yan. Kaya halina po kayo, Red Team ng Legal Affairs. Ito po ay binubuo ng Legal Service, Sites Titling Office, Child Rights in Education Desk na pinamumunuan ni Undersecretary Attorney Josephine G. Maribuhok.
Isang magandang umaga po sa ating lahat dito sa Kagawaran ng Edukasyon at sa mga opisyalis po ng Departamento. Gusto ko po sanang gayahin ang ginawa ng OUA na sila ay naging makata at kanilang ipinagpaliwanag ang elemento ng kanilang banner sa pamagitan ng isang tula. Kung alam ko lang po sana, ako sana'y naghanda rin kagabi. Di na po kami magpapaligoy-ligoy pa, kundi meron na rin po akong sarili pong kodigo, yung mga nauna po na pagbigyan ako ng pagkakataon upang makapaghanda rin po para mapaliwanag ang aming elemento. Marami pong salamat sa inyo at akin na pong sisimulan ang aking 3 minuto. Una sa lahat, syempre, ang aming pong banner ay compliant sa ating banner making contest. Bakit nga ba hindi? Una sa lahat, ito po ay eco-friendly as we reuse and recycled paper products and we also use foil for this. We use the scratch papers, hindi po namin naubos ng 5S. Kaya andyan po yung iba. Yung karton ng tissue paper, yan po yung pinagkabitan para po tumigas yung aming banner. Pangalawa, it follows the theme and the DepEd the overall DepEd spirit. Pangatlo, yung size po niyan ay 22 by 28 inches, hindi po lumagpas, hindi po nag-exceed sa maximum banner size. It's landscape in orientation at ito po ay kayang-kayang buhatin ng 3 tao during the parade. 2 nga lang po, pwede na din. At ang banner po namin ay 2D, hindi po 3D. Ang banner po namin ay walang wet glue, walang wet surfaces, has no pieces that may fall off. Unless gawin nyo po talaga na intentional. Iba na po yun. Ang aming pong banner can also be hung and pwede po siyang ikabit sa wire, string at cord. Tapos na po ako sa text specs, punta na po tayo sa elemento. Yung tema po natin ay pamana, kahusayan at tagumpay ng edukasyon. Makikita nyo po na meron pong skills dyan. Bakit nga ba hindi natin lalagyan? Kami ay legal affairs strand. So, yan po. Pangalawa, syempre, ano ho ba nakikita natin sa harapan? Mga kabataan. Paano ba saan nga ba bumabangon ng DepEd? Di ba dahil po sa kabataan, yan po sabi ng isang advertisement, Nescafe ho ba yun? Kaya sila yung ating sentro dito. At nakikita nyo sa likod, meron po tayong yung school na nagpapakita ng, para po sundin yung tema ng kausayan at tagumpay sa edukasyon. Yung kabataan po sa ating banner also represents the different types of our school children, from Muslims, IP students, and even LGBTQIA+. At makikita po natin na meron po tayong globe. Bakit nga ba po? Lahat po ng ating aksyon at ang ating movement as one of the duty bearers po sa karapatan ng bata ay nag-i-impact po sa mundo, hindi lang sa kabataan. Makikita nyo po, meron po dyang basketball. Hindi po dahil basketball yung favorite sports ko. Hindi po dahil ipagpaliwanag po ang karapatan ng bata para maglaro. At syempre, meron pong libro. Kung naglalaro ang bata, hindi naman pwede puro paglalaro. Babaliktarin ko na lang po na hindi dapat lahat nag-aaral, dapat naglalaro. So, kahit na naglalaro ang bata, dapat meron din po siyang mali po, right to quality education. Sorry, nalito na ako kasi sabi ko po kanina ko lang po ito pinaghandaan. Tapos, nakikita nyo po, meron pong triangle logo. Yan po ay yung official reuse, reduce, recycle logo para po masundan natin yung requirements ng banner. At syempre, dahil nating pinagdiriwang yung 124th foundation ng ating kagawaran, meron tayong banderitas sa 2 gilid. Okay? So, yan po yung aming banner. Para sa ating mga minamahal na estudyante, ang tagumpay ninyo ay tagumpay ng kagawaran para sa bata, para sa bayan, at para sa atin dito sa kagawaran ang natatanging pamana na ating maiiwan sa kabataan ay ang edukalidad na edukasyon. Magandang umaga po. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Ang lupon ng mga horado ay nag-iisip dahil sa tinuran mo. Sir Aaron, please.
Maraming salamat muli. Maraming salamat sa Team Red, ang Legal Affairs. Nais naman naming tawagin ang panghuling koponan, ang koponan ng mga nakaasul, ang Field Operations, Palarong Pambansa Secretariat at DEA-CO. Sila ay pinamumunuan ni Undersecretary Attorney Revsi A. Escobedo.
Hello, test, mic. Yan. Isang mga batang umaga, DepEd! Ayun lang. Thank you po. So, in commemoration po of the 120, thank you, maraming salamat po. Appreciated. Okay, to start po our explanation para sa aming banner. First, in commemoration of the 124th founding anniversary, I, Harvey Doliente, proudly present to you the banner of the Office for the Undersecretary for Field Operations. Guys, cheer naman dyan. Medyo energy. Para lang Pambansa Secretariat. Ayan. The YACO, Child Protection Unit, Regional Operations, and the Office for Assistant Secretary for the National Academy of Sports and Field Operations. Isang buho nga dyan. Ayan. Salamat po. So, imbibing the 4 R's, refuse, reduce, reuse, recycle, we showcase to every living soul present here this Steward of Environment masterpiece. Ayan po ang aming banner. So, to materialize this, we took advantage of used folders sa Regional Operations Office, calendar na dinonate lang din ng nakalimutan na po namin kung sino, and magazines given by our stakeholders, even used paper plates, ginamit po namin dyan, and even used tissue paper. So kung may narinig po kayo nagkakalkal kagabi ng tissue sa CR, ayan, yung mga ka-team ko po yun. Salamat sa effort, guys. Ayan. So, pero charot lang po. This is our small way of contributing in saving the earth, and yet we know this can spark the hope of change for others to do the same. And using only the available resources to us to embody the whole theme of the program and the DepEd spirit, kahusayan ng edukasyon at tagumpay ng edukasyon. Kung makikita nyo po dyan, we used pictures from the used calendar depicting our history and heroes of our democracy. For this represent the rich history also of DepEd, yung kahusayan at tagumpay ng DepEd sa mga nagdaang taon, and showing how much we progressed and achieved and how much more we can do to advocate for the children. Kaya nakita nyo po na nakataas ang kamay dahil that picture itself, that person itself there depicting the history is the advocate for the children. And also, we added the logos of the following offices, the ever-amazing offices po na nandyan, dahil parte ng kahusayan at tagumpay po ng DepEd ay ang pagbuo at pagsulong ng mga opisina na ito na atasang siguraduhin na ang polisiya at kalidad ng edukasyon ay may ipapaabot sa lahat ng mag-aaral, at hindi lang sa mag-aaral, even sa ating mga dakilang guro, manggagawa, at even sa ating komunidad. So, it encompasses all part of the society. So therefore, with this masterpiece, we want to passionately declare that we do not want history to repeat itself. Rather, we want history to be our inspiration. At ito yung nais naming iwan, ang pamana ng kagawaran ng edukasyon. With the collaborative effort, strength, and passion, we only showed some of the offices, pero parte po kayo niyan. All offices are part po na ini-embody nito. Sa patuloy na kahusayan at tagumpay ng edukasyon, kalidad na edukasyon sa susunod na henerasyon ay mas mapagyayabong. Kaya hashtag, kasama ka, kasama kayo, karapatan sa kalidad na edukasyon, karapatan sa ligtas na paaralan, sama-sama po nating makakamtan. And we thank you.
Maraming salamat, Blue Team.
Talaga namang hindi magpapatalo ang bawat execom offices, portfolio. Pagdating sa kanilang banner na may kasama pang cheer at pagkapresenta dito ay binigyan pa, tinalakay pa kung paano ginawa at kung ano ang ine-emphasize noon.
Tama ka dyan, Sir Fidel, no? So, a really hard-fought battle for sure. Kung sino ang magwawagi sa ating banner contest at bahala na siguro yung set ng judges natin for today kung paano nila huhusgahan, kikilatisin ang bawat banner na pinresent. Speaking of our judges, talagang hindi basta-basta ang set ng ating mga hurado sa araw na ito. Ang ating mga hurado ay hindi lamang mamimili ng mananalo para sa ating Central Office Banner Contest. Kasama na rin ang gaganaping Regional Cultural Dance Contest. Sino-sino nga ba sila, Sir Fidel?
Ipakilala natin sila, Sir Aaron. Ang ating unang hurado ay walang iba kundi si Miss Elsa L. Magdaleno mula sa Presidential Staff Office, Office of the President, National Youth Commission. Mangyari lamang po na tumayo. Maraming salamat po.
Ang ating pangalawang hurado, isang training specialist mula sa Philippine Commission on Women, Miss Anne Jeanette B. Casalme.
Thank you, ma'am. At ang pangatlo ay walang iba kundi si Miss Arlene A. Duarte, isang master teacher ng Benigno S. Aquino Junior Elementary School sa Quezon City.
Maraming salamat po sa ating mga judges. Salamat sa pagpapaunlak sa amin para sa araw na ito. Despite of your busy and jam-packed schedules, still you were able to attend and judge our respective contest for today. Thank you so much, judges. Palakpakan po muna natin ulit sila.
At dahil dyan, dumako na tayo sa susunod nating paligsahan, ang Regional Cultural Dance Contest. Ano nga ba ang ating mechanics at criteria dyan, sir?
Okay, Sir Fidel. So para sa ating mechanics, no, bigyan natin sila ng hint kung ano ba yung mechanics natin. So para sa ating mechanics, para sa ating performance rules, the duration of the dance should be a minimum of 3 minutes and a maximum of 5 minutes, including intro and extro. No vulgarity, obscenity, or explicit content is allowed. Political rallies and or protest dance concepts are also not allowed. Ano naman yung ating criteria for judging?
Ang criteria for judging, una, content, 30%. Pangalawa, execution, another 30%. Style, 30%. And ang huli, na 10% ay costume and overall impact.
Yes. So the mechanics are set. The criteria is already good. Let's proceed naman sa ating prizes, no? So the grand winner or the champion will be receiving 30,000 pesos from our sponsor and an additional 15,000 from the Department of Education with a total amount of 45,000 pesos.
And the second placer will be receiving 20,000 pesos from our major sponsor and an additional 10,000 pesos from the Department of Education with a total amount of 30,000 pesos.
At para naman sa ating third placer, sila ay makakatanggap ng 15,000 pesos from our sponsors and an additional 8,000 from the Department of Education with a total amount of 23,000 pesos. At syempre, our consolation prizes, no, for other regional offices will be amounting to 5,000 pesos. Wala pa ring zero, lahat ay hero.
Wow! At muli, ay ang aming malugod na pasasalamat sa ating major sponsor para sa ating mga contest sa araw na ito. From the Manila Teachers Savings and Loan Associations, Incorporated, of course.
Na pinamumunuan ni Mr. Teofisto Glenn V. Hermosa, the Area Manager, ni Mr. Honorio V. Depano, Jr., the Assistant Operations Manager, at ni Mr. George A. Soriano, the Operations Supervisor and Executive Assistant. So I guess we are already good. Huwag na natin patagalin ito. Let's start with our first region, ang Region 11.
Isusunod natin ang pagtatanghal ng DepEd Region 8.
Immaculada Concepcion, inahan nga mahigog maon, ikaw kanunay sa Ginoo kami mapasalamat. Binaybayon, magsadya kita sa binaybayon. Binaybayon, manayaw kita sa binaybayon. Dakbayan nga maning nawon, katawang maabi-abihon, bahan di sa baybayanon, kadagatang maislaon, abunda ang kabukiran, matambok ka kahumayan, pagkaanindot nga kapuyan, mapagarbohon na kung dakbayan. Binaybayon, halad kang imakulada konsepsyon, dakbayan nga mabungahon, pasalamat sa grasyang naangkon, kitang tanan matambahan, kalambuan sa kaliwatan, mahulugon nga kasaulugan, maglipay kitang tanan. Imakulada konsepsyon, inahan nga mahigog maon, ikaw kanunay pag-asimbahon, sa Ginoo kami mapasalamat. Binaybayon, halad kang imakulada konsepsyon, dakbayan nga mapungahon, pasalamat sa grasyang naangkon, kitang tanan matambahan, kalambuan sa kaliwatan, mahulugon nga kasaulugan, maglipay kitang tanan. Binaybayon, halad kang imakulada konsepsyon, dakbayan nga mapungahon, pasalamat sa grasyang naangkon, kitang tanan matambahan, kalampuan sa kaliwatan, mahulugon nga kasaulugan, maglipay kitang tanan. Binaybayon sa baybay, kitang tanan maglipay. Binaybayon sa baybay, kitang tanan maglipay. Binaybayon sa baybay, kitang tanan maglipay.
Atin naman panoorin ang pinaghandaan ng Region 10.
Tunghayan naman natin ang pagtatanghal ng DepEd Region 5.
Atin naman tunghayan ang hinihanda ng Cordillera Administrative Region.
Siyempre, hindi magpapahuli ang nangungunang rehiyon, ang DepEd Region 1. Take it away.
And now let's proceed with the Caraga region.
Thank you very much, Caraga Region. At ngayon ay panoorin naman natin ang pagtatanghal ng DepEd Region 6. Thank you very much, Region 6. But before we proceed to the next presentation, we would like to acknowledge the arrival of our dear Secretary, Madam Briones.
So again, good morning to our dearest Secretary, Secretary Leonor Magtolis Briones. We can now proceed with the next region with their respective cultural dance. Let us all watch the Region 12.
1,390
Ilan sa mga pinakahuling nagpadala
bigyan
ng
ng
kaso?
compensation ng 100,000 ang public at private health workers. Magsama po natin si DepEd Secretary Leonardo Briones.
Ang sinasabi ng time, hindi natin mapipredict yung behavior ng COVID-19.
Pilipino ako, sa puso't diwa. Ang buhay ko sa bayan ay tataya. Pilipinas na aking bansa. Ang iwanan kay hinding-hindi magagawa.
Para sa bayan, tungkulin ko'y gagampanan ng buong tapat at walang pag-iimpot kailan pa man.
Pilipino, Pilipino, galing natin ito. Pilipino, Pilipino, galing natin ito. Buong tiwala sa kakayahan.
Porsigido sa anumang laban, di ka susuko sa anumang hamon. Pangarap noon, tagumpay ngayon.
Kayod ng kayod, di napapagod.
Anong mang dumaan, di natatakot. Diyos, bayan at pamilya.
Sa puso mo'y laging dala. Pilipino,
Galing natin ito.
Pilipino, parinig sa mundo. Isigaw mo, galing natin ito. Puso, isip, lakas, galing natin ito. Pilipino, 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 galing natin ito. 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 Pilipino, Pilipino, galing natin ito.
At dumako na tayo sa huling entry ng ating patimpalak. Panoorin natin ang inihanda ng DepEd Region 3. Let us all give each region a big round of applause. Maraming salamat sa ating mga regional offices sa kanilang pagpapakitang gilas ng kanilang cultural dances.
Wow, di ba? So talent kung talent. Even the regional directors, mga SDS, talaga namang nakipagsabayan para sa ating regional cultural dance contest. I think this will be again a major headache para sa ating set of judges for today, Sir Fidel. Tama ba ako?
Tama ka dyan, Sir Aaron. At dahil na-excite at nag-enjoy tayo sa ating banner contest at cultural dance contest, maybe it's appropriate na mag-settle down muna tayo for a moment at pakinggan ang mga pamanang messages ng ating mga executive committee members.
Magandang araw ulit, mga Ka-DepEd. Tayo po ay mga kasama sa mga lingkod bayan at kami po sa Curriculum and Instruction Strand. Pati na rin po ako bilang isang lingkod bayan ay naniniwala sa tinatawag na T-governance, transparency, ethics, accountability in what we do. And of course, I'm very proud to note that there are many of us who are advocates of that so-called T-governance. I hope that you will continue to bear in mind that we are all here because of the youngsters and children who should be nurtured into passionate lovers of the Republic of the Philippines. And of course, who should use their talents and potentials to create a strong country. Whatever it is we're doing will always matter in creating the environment that will make learning possible in the classrooms. Even if we are at the central office, even if we are not the classroom teachers, we have a role to play in making sure that our fellow teachers are given the maximum motivation for them to do things very well. Again, this is about all children because they are important. Mabuhay po and God bless.
A pleasant day to everyone, especially to our DepEd family. And as we celebrate our 124th founding anniversary, I hope we also take time and reflect on our own journey in the department and recognize how we have contributed to its continued development. More importantly, let us also see this as an opportunity to renew our commitment to the agency, our country, and the Filipino learners that we serve. There will always be highs and lows in a life dedicated to service, even so to a public service. And even more often, there are times that bad things do not appear to progress or improve. But if there is anything that the past 6 years have taught us, improvement and progress do not happen overnight, but is instead the product of the countless hours of dedication and hard work, and the strength and resilience to endure all challenges. When in doubt, I always look back to the history or the story of the stone cutter as told by journalist Jacob Rees, which goes, when nothing seems to help, I go and look at the stone cutter hammering away at his rock, perhaps 100 times, without as much as a crack showing in it. Yet at the 101st blow, it will split in two. And I know it was not that blow that did it, but all that had gone before it. I am proud to have given the last 6 years of my life serving together with all of you, slowly chipping away at the rock, which is our country's basic education. I am sure that many of you have given more than that, and I hope that we continue to cherish this opportunity to serve, knowing that one day the rock may finally split in two. Be proud that you have earned your part in the Department of Education's 124 years of service. Ikinararangal ko magsilbi sa bayan, kasama po kayong lahat. Kaya mabuhay ang DepEd. God bless us all. God bless DepEd.
To our beloved Secretary, members of the EXICOM, officials and employees, teachers and non-teaching staff, all other stakeholders, and the entire DepEd community, a pleasant day to all of you. As we stand in this moment, we are witnessing the Department of Education's great endeavor to face the reality of the 21st century world. Everyone felt this through the increased use of fast-paced modes of communication, the widening technological divide of the young and old, and the resulting differences of attitudes, norms, styles, and interpretations amongst people. These aspects of culture and life, brought by the modern advances and intensified in the time of the pandemic, permeates the education today. For an individual to thrive in the contemporary era, one must have the right ability, adeptness, agility, and resourcefulness. Otherwise, that individual will be left behind. An official in our 124th year, as our Constitution put it, maintain and support a complete, adequate, and integrated system of education relevant to the needs of the people and society. Our role then is to prepare our learners to face the challenges of the 21st century and to guide them, leading lives of dignity and triumph. The Department of Education, through the leadership of Secretary Leonor Magtolis-Briones, acknowledged this reality and took on the challenge, building the blocks of the future of education while sustaining the colossal weight of the whole Department of Education. The human resource and organizational development strand further contributed to this undertaking through its spirited push on career progression, teacher and personal competency and welfare, school and organization revitalization, and dynamic responses to pressing concerns of the day. The focus on preparing and developing, as well as supporting our educators, is tantamount to the system-wide reforms done in DepEd, all in the hopes that our learners, equipped for their future, will have fulfilling lives. Our learners will have aspirations to learn more and develop the skills more. They will have better jobs and help their families as well as their communities. They will go on and participate in nation building and, more importantly, inspire their peers to do the same. Ito po ang pamana, an education that is future-proof. And as we continue in this triumphant road, let us not forget our grand mission. Our sigil of education is to change and uplift the lives of Filipino people, and it must continue so that for the next or another 24 years and then 100 years more. And with that, I join everyone in the celebration of our 124th founding anniversary. Happy anniversary, Department of Education. Maraming salamat at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Sa ating paggunita ng ika-124 na founding anniversary ng kagawaran ng edukasyon, sa nalalapit na pagtatapos ng administrasyon sa ilalim ni Presidente Rodrigo Roa Duterte at sa ilalim ng liderato ni Kalihim Leonor Magtolis-Briones, sadyang akma ang tema na pamana, kahusayan at tagumpay ng edukasyon. Lahat tayo sa DepEd ay nagsilbi ng buong tapat, buong puso para masigurado ang pagpapatuloy ng edukasyon sa harap di lamang ng pandemya, kundi pati na rin sa iba pang mga kalamidad at pagsubok. With all the initiatives we have started and all the programs we have strengthened, we have given our legacy to be continued by the future public servants who will now serve in the Department of Education. Founding anniversary reminds us how far education in the Philippines has come and also how much more we have to work to ensure The Filipino learners are prepared for the future. Last year, I have released a study on the first DepEd secretaries. This year, may I reiterate and give honor to them. Secretary Felipe Buencamino, who served from September of 1898 to January 1899. Secretary Graciano Gonzaga, who served from January 1899 to May 1899. And Secretary Aguedo Velarde, who served from May 1899 to November 1899. May I remind the Administration Service to put up their portraits in the galleries of the DepEd secretaries at the Rizal Lobby at the Central Office of the Department of Education. Ang kahusayan at tagumpay ng edukasyon sa ating bansa ay makakamit lamang sa ating patuloy na pakikipagtulungan, sa ating kolaborasyon at sa pagpapatatag ng bawat isa sa atin. Kaya't mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Happy 124th founding anniversary sa atin pong lahat, sa atin pong pinakamamahal na kagawaran ng edukasyon. Mula po nung tayo bilang isang kagawaran o ahensya na noong panahon na yaon, June 23, 1898, by virtue of a proclamation issued by then First Philippine President Emilio Aguinaldo, creating the Public Works, Education, and Hygiene Agency. At ngayon nga po ay nahiwalay bilang Department of Public Works. At tayo po ngayon, DepEd, dati DEX, at Department of Health, nahiwa-hiwalay po yan sa kasalukuyan, ay marami na pong nangyari sa atin bilang isang ahensya na binigyan po ng mandato na magbigay na dekalidad na edukasyon sa ating pong mga anak. Ang ating pong Ma'am Leonor Liling Magtolis Briones ay tunay naman pong nagbigay sa atin ng inspirasyon at hindi matatawarang paggabay mula po noong 2016 at inaasahan po natin na ito pong mga programang ating pong isinagawa mula po sa kasalukuyang administrasyon na ito ay lalo pa pong may mapalalakas o may pagpapatuloy sa hinaharap ng ating pong papasok na kalihim, ang ating pinakamamahal, pangalawang Pangulo, Sara Duterte, ang ating next Education Secretary. Naway ang araw na ito ay magsilbi po sa ating lahat para po tumigil, panandili, para tingnan ang ating mga nagawa nitong nakaraang taon, nitong administrasyon na ito mula 2016. At kung gusto po natin ay tingnan po muli natin ang ating kasaysayan. Pwede rin po yan. Itong panahon na ito. 124 years ago at makita natin kung saan na tayo ngayon sa kasalukuyan. Atin din pong pagsama-samang isipin kung saan natin gustong dalhin ang ating kagawaran sa hinaharap, paano natin mararating ang ating mga pangarap at tayo'y nananalig pag tayo'y nagsama-sama sa pangunguna po ng ating papasok na kalihim, pangalawang Pangulo, Sara Duterte, at sa inspirasyon na binigay ng ating Ma'am Leonor Liling Magtolis Briones, nitong mga nakaraang taong ito. Lahat po yan ay kaya nating gawin, posibleng-posible, basta tayo po ay magsama-sama at magtutulungan para sa ating mga anak. Muli, happy 124th anniversary to our dear DepEd. Mabuhay po kayo, mabuhay po ang kabataang Filipino. Salamat po.
Pamana, kahusayan at tagumpay ng edukasyon. Iyan ang tema ng ating pagdiriwang ng ika-124 na anibersaryo ng kagawaran ng edukasyon. The historian Henry Adams once said, "A teacher affects eternity. He can never tell where his influence stops." But if I may say, not only a teacher, but also each one of us in this mission of educating our children and youth affects eternity. We can never tell where our contribution to the lives of our learners stops. Indeed, every president in this country, possibly every Philippine hero and heroine, and certainly every one of us here in this gathering today set foot in a place called school. And every person who contributed to our education made us into what we are now and what our descendants will be. That is eternity. That is the lasting legacy or pamana that all of us working in the Department of Education leave. Ang pamanang ito ay totoo hindi lamang sa buhay ng bawat mag-aaral na pinaglilingkuran ng kagawaran. Nagpapamana rin ang ating kagawaran sa ating bayan. Ang tagumpay sa edukasyon ng bawat mag-aaral ay tagumpay ng ating bayan, sapagkat mamamayan ang nagsusulong sa kaunlaran ng ating bayan. Kaya't napakalaking responsibilidad ang maglingkod sa kagawaran ng edukasyon. Napakalaking pagkakataon rin ito na tayo ay makapag-ambag sa pagpapabuti ng buhay ng ating mga mamamayan at ng ating bayan. Thus, whatever our position and wherever our workstation in the DepEd, we are called to greatness in performing our noble work of educating and molding persons. But what is greatness? Greatness, according to the philosopher Ralph Waldo Emerson, is to leave the world a bit better, whether by a healthy child, a garden patch, or a redeemed social condition. To know that even one life has breathed easier because we live, that is to have achieved greatness. Greatness means making life better for and with our children and learners every single day that we pour ourselves into performing well in our different roles in DepEd and walking the extra mile. Sa ngalan ng bawat mag-aaral na hinuhubog ng kagawaran ng edukasyon, salamat po sa paglilingkod at ambag ng bawat kasapi ng kagawaran at sa lahat ng tumutulong sa atin. Pagtagumpayin po natin ang bawat mag-aaral, ang edukasyon at ang ating bayang mahal.
When we talk of legacy, what often comes to mind is a picture of privilege, a bequeathal of gifts from one to another. What often is not seen are the challenges, struggles, and even arguments that result from the need to bring forth change. This includes sleepless nights and days of labor that sometimes give public service the image of being a thankless job. But we should know better that more than words of gratitude, seeing that our main clientele, our learners and our teachers are able to pursue pathways and opportunities that promote their personal and professional growth is enough proof of a job well done. But because our work in education never stops, a job well done is not the be-all and end-all of our task. Ma'am Liling, with her age and wisdom, remains nimble in her pursuit to implement reforms in the Department of Education. As soon as we assumed office in 2016, she laid out her 10-point agenda, which includes strengthening and expansion of the Alternative Learning System program. It was through her support that we were able to achieve the many accomplishments of ALS, the administration's legacy program, It was through Secretary Liling's support that 4.2 million out-of-school youth and adults were able to find their way back to learning through ALS and find their way forward through work or self-employment. Ma'am Liling's legacy in ALS is manifold. For the program itself, we have Republic Act number 11510 or the ALS Act, its IRR, the Enhanced ALS 2.0, its strategic roadmap, the ALS K-12 basic education curriculum and implementation of the senior high school in ALS. For our teachers, these mean better hiring, promotion and compensation, and professional development. For our learners in ALS, these mean improved opportunities to improve knowledge, values, life skills, and readiness for higher education, training, and employment. For the country, these mean providing a second chance for the poor, the marginalized, and those who fall through the cracks because of circumstances life dealt them. These are the pamana of Ma'am Liling: investment in the potential of Filipinos outside the formal school system, belief in their capacity to move beyond their current situation, and confidence in their aspiration to improve the lives of their family and become productive contributors to the nation. Thank you, Secretary Leonor Magtoles Briones, for putting your trust in me and in the ALS program. It is a privilege to have contributed your pamana to the DepEd community and to the country.
The Department of Education kicked off its 124th founding anniversary with the theme Pamana, Kausayan, at Tagumpay ng Edukasyon. Let us continue to recognize the role of our teaching and non-teaching staff, our education leaders, stakeholders, partners, parents, and the community in the continuous labors to improve the quality of education amidst the challenges of the pandemic. Our triumph in the department had been possible with the united efforts of everyone in staying vibrant in addressing concerns, not only through the concerted effort and the implementation of the BELCP, but as we hinge to learning recovery and continuity plan crafting and implementation. Thank you to all the members of the DepEd family.
Six anniversaries, and these 6 years brought out the best of the finance strand. As we heeded the call of the Secretary in her agenda number 7, with Yusek Ann Sevilla's direction, as she ensures that everyone in the finance strand is involved in it. We sought to put in place financial management reforms to ensure availability and timely delivery of basic education inputs. We brought improvements on our budgeting and accounting systems, internal controls, and program financial performance monitoring, geared towards efficiency, effectiveness, and economy in the use of funds. The finance strand supported the decentralization and downloading of funds early to the operating units and field offices. We took part in the rollout of multi-year guidelines to fast-track the implementation of programs, activities, and projects, the strengthening of planning, procurement, budgeting, and accounting linkages, and the automation and streamlining of financial management systems and processes. We hope to install e-NGAS and e-budget systems in the next few months alongside the EFRS, BMS, PMIS, CRDS, the APDS, and Provident Fund systems. We will work for the full integration of these financial management information systems. We will continue to enhance and update the Financial Management Operations Manual, or FMOM, as it is a living document that will capture the latest relevant issuances on policies, rules and regulations, and strengthen public financial management and governance with a clear and well-defined set of standards and processes. With our partners in the civil society, the finance strand will continue to support open government partnership, 5th National Action Plan commitments in the delivery of basic education. Marami pa pong dapat gawin, pero nagawa natin ang nararapat at kayang gawin sa loob ng 6 na anibersaryo ng DepEd at magiging pamana ng pamumuno ni Secretary Leonor Magtolis-Briones. At sana patuloy ninyong suportahan ang DepEd's Public Financial Management Reform Agenda. Mabuhay po ang DepEd at mabuhay tayong lahat. Maraming salamat.
I greet the entire Department of Education a happy 124th anniversary. This anniversary is a little more special than the others, as it is not only a celebration of the founding of the department, but also transcends to a celebration of several milestones and accomplishments. The anniversary theme, Pamana, Kausayan at Tagumpay ng Edukasyon, is very fitting, for our shared victories is something we share or leave behind to the millions of learners we have vowed to serve. My hope is that the culture of excellence and grit that we have built will be sustained. I would like to congratulate each and every one of us, from Secretary Leonor Magtolis-Briones, whose leadership has always kept us in the right path, especially these last 3 years. My colleagues in the Execom, with whom I had the most pleasure of working, and the entire DepEd family, whose dedication and hard work, day in and day out, has fueled our mission. We celebrate this year's anniversary with our heads high, knowing that the department and the state of education in the country is better than it was when we started. Nonetheless, we do not hang our heads on these milestones, for while we may have accomplished a lot, we acknowledge that there is still much to be done. I am more than confident that we will bring the succeeding years with as much, if not more, fervor and commitment as we always have. In closing, as we celebrate this year's anniversary, let us all reflect and be reminded of our ultimate why. We may have a plethora of reasons for why we choose to enter the department, but we will always agree on why we choose to stay every day, and that is to better the lives of every little Juan and Maria in the country. Again, happy anniversary to the Department of Education. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Nelson Mandela once said that there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. Now, more than ever, I am honored to be part of a community that shares a common goal of championing the holistic success of our learners. More than ever, I am impressed with the resilience and perseverance of our colleagues. The unprecedented challenges presented to us the past years have been hard, but with our tireless efforts, we were able to transition from normal work practice to remote work, all while effectively and efficiently collaborating among our offices, staying abreast with the need of our stakeholders, and securing the future of our nation. Our department has already come so far since its foundation. What we have right now is a handiwork of generations after generations that come before us. Our missions and visions are intangible heritage that shape the development and improvement of our policies. Together, we are achieving great things. In the midst of uncertainty, we have survived. The challenging times have tested, and we came out strong and more determined. Through this, we are doing our part in our responsibility to pass down the DepEd's heritage to the next generations for the continued vitality and strength of our community. We still have much work to do, but I am grateful and hopeful that we remain focused with our goal of making sure that our children receive the best education for their welfare and the welfare of our people. Congratulations on our anniversary, Department of Education.
Good day, everyone. On behalf of the Field Operations Fund, under the supervision of Undersecretary Rev. C. Escobedo, I would like to acknowledge all the members of the Executive Committee of the Department of Education, all the Undersecretaries, Assistant Secretaries, our Service and Bureau Directors, and of course, our staff and employees of the Department of Education. We'd like to recognize the presence of all the public servants and teachers of the department, for without all of you, we will not be celebrating our 124th founding anniversary today. Our deepest gratitude goes to the Office of the Undersecretary for Human Resource and Organizational Development for organizing and spearheading the celebration of the 124th founding anniversary of the department with the theme Pamana, Kahusayan at Tagumpay ng Edukasyon. Thank you for allowing us the chance to express our continued support to the department's noble endeavor for enriching the minds and hearts of our children and youth. Throughout the years, the department has maintained its mission to protect and promote the right of every Filipino to quality, accessible, relevant, and liberating basic education. This was accomplished through the perseverance, determination, and faith of all the members of this institution, that all children deserve a brighter and better future. We have not failed in this mission. In fact, we are proud to say that we have helped millions of children to reach their full potential, not only for themselves, but also to contribute to our nation building. It is this legacy of excellence and tenacity that we wish to impart to our children and the generations to come. We at DepEd must strive more than ever to fulfill our responsibility to our children. While the pandemic has posed challenges to our education system, we have not faltered. Instead, we took this pandemic as an opportunity to develop new ways of learning and improve the ways that are already there. To end this message, I implore all of you to continue being a bulwark of safety for our children in these times of uncertainty, as well as fierce advocates of their future. Educating them and teaching them to be compassionate, independent, and patriotic citizens are our shared responsibility. As such, the duty to ensure a brighter and better future for our children starts with us, and we owe it to our learners to give our best effort in doing so. Muli, happy anniversary, DepEd. Thank you at mabuhay po tayo lahat.
To the executives, teachers, and staff of the Department of Education, headed by our ever-active and beloved Secretary Yuding, as well as to the rest of our colleagues and partners in the department, my warmest greetings to you all. I am very glad and honored to speak to all of you as we celebrate the 124th founding anniversary of the Department of Education. I would like to congratulate and thank everyone for all the hard work over the past years in order to effectively deliver the mandate of our department to formulate, implement, and coordinate policies, plans, programs, and projects in the areas of formal and non-formal basic education. Through the years, we encountered numerous challenges, one of which is the COVID-19 pandemic, which we are still facing to this date. Lahat ay nabigla, nangapa, at nangamba. Subalit, patuloy pa rin ang ating serbisyo para sa mag-aaral, para sa kabataang Pilipino. As one department, we stood up against the challenges of the times. We found ways to keep education available and accessible even during the new normal. We remained formidable and stayed true to our mission of protecting and promoting the right of every Filipino to quality, equitable, culture-based, and complete basic education. Alinsunod sa tema ng ating anibersaryo, pamana, kahusayan at tagumpay ng edukasyon, ang kultura ng pagiging matatag at maparaan upang mapagtagumpayan ang anumang hamon ay ating namana rin. Kitang-kita ito hindi lang sa DepEd, kundi sa buong sambayanang Pilipino. It has been part of our very being and culture as Filipinos to be resilient, resourceful, and hopeful. And I hope that we continue to pass on these values, especially to our youth. Let us continue to work hand in hand and raise the bar towards a more accessible, quality, and liberating education for the Philippines. Muli, magandang araw po. Mabuhay ang kagawaran ng edukasyon.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga executive committee members sa kanilang mensahe para sa ating lahat, kaugnay ng 124th founding anniversary ng Department of Education. Tunay ngang hindi magiging lubos ang ating selebrasyon at pagbibigay pugay sa anibersaryo ng kagawaran kung wala ang ating mga masisipag na executive committee members. Before we proceed, Secretary Briones, we prepared a short video highlight of our celebration of the 124th founding anniversary of the Department of Education.
Sa pagkakataong ito'y pakinggan natin ang mensahe o legacy talk ng ina ng ating tahanan. Ang kagalang-galang na kalihim ng kagawaran ng edukasyon, Leonor Magtolis Briones.
Makiupo tayong lahat. Maghanda kayo kasi ito, last lecture of of Professor Emeritus Leonor Magtolis Briones. I'm very, of course, very honored and very pleased to be with you this morning, especially since you are all wearing my favorite colors. red for, I've always worn red. Red is the color of my university, Silliman University, where I did my first degree in business administration and accounting. Orange, of course, is loved worldwide. It's the color of discernment. Buddhist monks wear this color to ask for inspiration, to ask for visions, and as I said, perhaps it's a color which is worn by very great majority of humans in the world. And of course, purple, which is my favorite color. It's the royal color. In ancient Rome, purple is the color of the senators, the people who shaped civilization in those times. And purple has always signified nobility. It's always signified dynasties and great rulers of great civilizations. So thank you for wearing my favorite colors. We have a large and basic education system. I'm sorry, I'll be speaking in English. Sabi nga ni Yusek Dads, sabi niya, pag nag-i-English na si ma'am, ibig sabihin, she feels very strongly about certain issues. So they get ready to listen when I start speaking in English. I think largely in English, and then I translate to Visayan and finally Tagalog. As I have said, right now, you are all aware that we have 60,429 schools nationwide. We are the largest empire in the Philippine bureaucracy, and which is, we are protected by the Constitution, and we are held as a very sacred bastion of learning, of development, and of nation building. We had a decrease in enrollment in the school year 2020 to 2021, pero bumawi na tayo. When I was in London, perhaps 3 weeks ago, to speak before a plenary of 125 ministers of education all over the world, there were those who were very worried because their enrollment of learners was going down and children were dropping out of school. But I was very proud to announce that COVID or no COVID, controversy or no controversy, our enrollment has gone up. Before COVID, we had 27 million learners. At this time, we have more than 28 million learners. So imbes na nag-increase, nag-reduce, nag-increase pa yung enrollment natin. Now, we have a very large and complex system. Alam ninyo yan. You're a small part of a bureaucracy of more than, at this time, nearing 1 million teachers already. And as I said, 28 million learners, and as well as nearly 1 million staff, support staff, and executives. And we are, as I said also earlier, we are protected by the Constitution. And many of the issues and problems which were identified, many of you have master's degrees, you have basic degrees in education. You know about the Monroe report on education earlier. I would like to state very strongly that any present or past education leader or advocate or kibitzer or pakialamero who will blame any one administration for all the problems of the education system, or will discuss as though there is a silver bullet to end them all and instantly, should be regarded with suspicion. Anyone who blames one administration for what is perceived as a crisis in education should be re-examined or have his head re-examined. For such views are most likely erroneous and unrealistic. When I asked my predecessor, and at that time I just had assumed the position of Secretary of Education, I asked my predecessor, because at the time the noise was very, very loud also. People were complaining the children do not know how to spell, and they were also giving wrong answers in quiz contests, etc., etc. So I asked my predecessor. This was a gathering of former education secretaries, and my predecessor was right beside me. And I asked him, brother, do you agree that we have a crisis in education? Because everyone, including ourselves, are now saying that the Philippines has a crisis in education. I asked him at that time, do you agree? This was the time of my predecessor. And he answered, he thought very carefully. And he said, it's not so much as a crisis in education, but as a chronic disease, a chronic illness, a chronic weakness in education. And this is the result of the accumulation of policies in education, which started 124 years ago. I would just like to cite one instance, which I believe, and it happened just before the start of World War II, and which affected what we now moan and groan and cry about as a crisis in education. Remember that there was a time when basic education, required basic education, was at the very least 8 years. In other countries, they had 10 years. Just before the beginning of the war, because war was looming in the horizon, and people were afraid that education would be affected. So the number of years for education was cut down from 8 to 6 years. And if you have not remembered that from your courses in education, your master's degrees and your PhD degrees, and still think that one administration or one person is responsible for a crisis in education, you have to restudy the history of the Department of Education. That reduction, I believe, along with many other earlier policies, had an impact on what we now moan and groan about as a crisis in education. What may be said is that every education administration, past, present, and future, who are facing the future, strives to contribute to meaningful education reforms. Each administration does its very best, and this includes continuing or refining past reforms, as well as introducing new ones that are either strategic or responding to emerging or new problems. Foremost of this is access as measured by participation rates, improvements in the learning environment of the students. Those who have regularly participated in elections would surely notice how our schools have grown and how our facilities have been very much improved. Now we are facing the challenge of quality. Again, if you remember from your undergraduate studies, because when you take your undergraduate courses or even high school, you study the Constitution as they relate, of course, to education. And the Constitution very clearly says that every child has a right to quality education. So this is a very precious mandate which has remained in all the different versions of the constitutions that have emerged. And this is the major challenge. When we came in, we already had a huge number of students. When we came in, we had increasing numbers of teachers. And at that very time, we also recognized, we immediately recognized that the challenge was quality. And it was under these conditions that I made the decision, after consulting our management committee and the executive committee and debating about costs, everything about PISA. That was the time when I decided at great risk to proceed and participate in PISA after 6 or 7 secretaries of education were quite reluctant to do so. And so I'm very happy with the statement of Secretary Sonny Dominguez. When all the noise and the crying and the blaming and the finger pointing was directed at this administration on the results of PISA, Secretary Dominguez stated, as he faced the bankers and the financiers and the financial community, sabi niya, all that Liling did was bring a mirror to our faces so we would know how we stand with the rest of the world. Is it fair to blame her for that? And one time when I was facing a panel of very cynical journalists in one of the leading media outfits, I said, this administration is not responsible for the bad pronunciation, for the terrible grammar, for the weird accents of adults, because they did not train under us. At that time when the PISA issue was raised, at the most, the children that were trained were perhaps in grade 3 or grade 4. And the PISA examination takers were, of course, our 17-year-olds. This game of blaming a single administration or a single person for whatever is considered as a crisis. Let me repeat, before I came in, the country was already moaning and crying about a crisis in education. And this is why I asked my predecessor, do you agree there is a crisis in education? And we came up with our sulong edukalidad. We did not say sulong more enrollment or sulong more teachers or sulong more sweldo, but we were saying sulong edukalidad because the focus should have been on quality. And so in the time of COVID-19, let me repeat also what perhaps is oft forgotten. You will all recall, since you are taught to memorize data, when the President declared a lockdown on COVID, because of COVID, and included schools in the lockdown, after a meeting with local governments, with members of the cabinet, presidential advisors, siguro more than 100, nearly 200 people who were all speaking passionately at that time. It is on record. When the president declared a lockdown, I was the only one who said we should not lock down the schools. Out of a hall which was filled with advisors, local government officials, members of the cabinet, I was the only one who said we should continue education. And since the decision was for a lockdown, I immediately sat down with our executive committee and our MATCOM committee, and we crafted the learning continuity program. In spite of that, people were also saying, you know, oh my God, the schools are closed, etc., etc. Let me repeat again, because even we Filipinos believe it, as international organizations keep on saying it, that we closed our schools. Let me remind you that when the president declared a lockdown, it was the end of the academic school year. Tama-tama bakasyon, summer vacation for 2 months. And then they were moaning and groaning, nag-lockdown ng mga schools. But it was summer vacation. And we took advantage of the time. Many of you will recall, especially the teachers, to have webinars. And when we tried to, not really tried, we crafted the learning continuity program. When we identified and coined a new word, which is the most essential learning competencies. When we re-examined the curriculum from 15,000 minimum learning competencies to 5,000. And then we announced that we would open classes August. So there was a delay only of a few months because officially June is the start. But then again, as very highly educated and well-informed leaders in the Department of Education, and in the country, we are supposed to be the most knowledgeable. You are aware that Congress passed a law mandating the president to make the decisions on when schools would be open. We said, madelay lang because we're still struggling with COVID-19. We did not know the characteristics of the virus, and we were relying very closely on the Department of Health. Sabi namin, August. And the President was still not very comfortable with opening in August. And that is how we opened in October. So, if people, especially those who read newspapers and consider themselves as experts in education, keep on insisting that we closed schools. Physically, we closed the school buildings, but the learning process continued. We opened classes in October, and this year, last year, we opened classes in September. So the learning process never stopped But Filipinos who read all those items in the newspaper came to believe that we have closed the schools. And no amount of explanation could convince not only the Filipinos but the international community that we had closed schools. We did not close schools. We opened, instead of August, we opened in October. Last year, we opened in September. And this year, we're going to open in August. And so what lockdown, what closure of schools, what learning losses are we talking and groaning and telling the entire international community about? And so, I would like to emphasize, as part of the pamana, kasi we're talking pamana, ako kawawa yung mga anak ko, wala akong pamana sa kanila. Oo. Flower pot lang siguro ang mapamana ko sa kanila because I'm very fond of plants. Anyway, so this is what happened. And we ourselves believed it. In the department itself, those who were formerly in the department, out of the department, were moaning and groaning about learning loss. Also, for those of you who were already born in the 1970s, when the Philippine government decided, at that time we had a huge debt, and we were in the middle of a debt crisis. The decision was that we will continue paying the debt at the expense of social development. At that time, this was during the 70s and the 80s. I already said in 30 years' time, we will see the effect of this decision. The decision not to spend sufficiently for education. That was, sabi ko, 30, and it's now 50 years ago. And we are now seeing it in the very grammar, in the very thinking processes, in the great variety of so-called education experts who claim to know all the answers. You see it now. And so, I strongly protest when we are told that the department, that the present administration closed the schools. And what we did, because in-person learning was not encouraged, because at that time we did not know enough about COVID, we shifted to blended learning. Willie is here, Ami is here. I think you recall all the endless debates that were carried on, but there was never any question of stopping the education process. But then you have journalists, you have writers, you have political analysts who keep on saying the Department of Education has closed the schools. There are only 2 countries in the world na nag-close ng schools, and this is Djibouti and the Philippines. This is an African country. Ako naman, nahihiya na ako sa Djibouti. Kasi I'm sure na insulto din ang Djibouti na kinakompare sila sa atin. Tapos tayo naman, insulto din. Oo. And when I finally met the Minister of Education of Djibouti, I spoke in English. He spoke in French, very, very fluent, very urbane gentleman. And so there we were sitting beside each other and answering all the concerns about us being the laggards. When PISA the PISA person, the one who invented PISA, this is Andreas. He made a presentation with the Philippines at the bottom of his chart. I said I will not answer his observations verbally. I presented two videos, a video about our two major projects, and this is the alternative learning systems and the last mile schools. By the end of the video, kasi sabi nila 10 minutes lang, and I reduced the videos to 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes each. By the end of the videos, there were people who were crying. So that is how I answered Andreas, who placed us at the bottom of the chart. Of course, we are all obsessed with numbers. We like numbers, but we also manipulate numbers. And we interpret numbers the way we want to interpret them. And so, as we celebrate, and I'm going to share this short paper with all of you, including the international institutions, crying. Kasi nagsasara ang Pilipinas, kawawa naman, may calculations pa, one government agency, how many million children, mga learning losses. Ang sagot ko, what learning loss are you talking about? No. Ang sabi nga nila, learning losses in London and in Bangkok. In London, I faced 125 ministers of education. In Bangkok, I met how many 100 ministers of education in the APEC region. And I said to them, why are we crying and moaning about learning losses? We also had learning gains. We learned how to develop blended learning. We learned how to improve whatever written materials we had. We were able to develop teaching materials for television, for radio, and for other means of communications with the learners. So there were learning gains. But tayo, the entire world was so focused on the learning losses, they did not notice that we were able to improve, not only us, but other countries who also went into blended learning. I have talked with our fellow ministers, and Willie can attest to this because he attends our ministers' meetings. I have noticed that many of the Southeast Asian countries are into blended learning as well. Hindi naman talaga sila pure na face-to-face. It's not that I am against face-to-face because I stood up and said to the President right to his face that face-to-face is very important. But at the same time, as we are now starting to open classes to face-to-face, we have to bear in mind that we have to prepare our children for a world which survives necessarily without face-to-face, facing people face-to-face. How do you order your food? How do you order your clothes? How do you pay your bills? How do you watch what is happening in the rest of the world? Face-to-face ba? Hindi lahat na nangyayari sa mundo ay face-to-face. We do face-to-face, but you can only face a certain number of people in one day. Much of our dealings are electronic. Again, when I went to London to attend this conference of education ministers, and people always laugh when I tell my story, like any old woman. Alam mo naman mga lola, di ba? People remember their lolas na may nakatali sa panyo na pera, tapos inaaspile doon sa ilalim ng damit nila. At saka si lola hindi nauubos, palaging may dalang pera yan si lola. When I went to London, I had 4 foreign currencies. Mayroon akong piso, mayroon akong English pound, mayroon akong euro dollar, mayroon pa akong US dollar, 4. And when it was time to pay my hotel bill, the one in charge of the hotel just stared at us as if we come from another planet because they don't trust paper bills. They have to pay by card. Ako naman, as an old lola, I don't trust cards, I trust cash. Di ba palagi, that's why the lolas always have very heavy bags kasi everything is there, may pera, may sabon, may bimpo, may gamot, di ba? Lahat na may pambihis in caso you get stranded. But all humans do in other countries is just show their cell phones. Everything is in the cell phone. Gaganon lang nila yon. And I was looking at Heya. Why is she doing this? She always puts her cell phone in front. Yung pala. And in our team of 4 people, 3 women and Nepo, si Nepo lang ang hindi nagdala ng pera. Kaya had very light luggage, pero siya lang ang nakakabayad ng kanyang hotel. Kami lahat, nangutang kami sa kanya. Siya na ang nagbayad, pati yung mga auntie dyan. Hindi sila tumatanggap ng pera. They look at you as if you are a caveman or a cave woman. Or you come from another planet. So, we have to teach our children faceless transactions and communications, even if we know that it is important to have face-to-face, especially in personal relationships. And this explains why we focus on grade 0 to grade 3, because we teach our children to deal with each other. Pareho silang importante. It's not as if a child is lacking in education if he knows technology, because of course our children know more technology than us. And so today, as we celebrate our 124th anniversary, and I like celebrating anniversaries, especially of institutions which are older than I am. I feel very young whenever we celebrate 124, and I am only a very young 81. So, di ba? Oo. At saka, recently, during the late 1960s, a new word has come out, which some of the critics of education are not aware of. This new word is called ageism, A-G-E-I-S-M. We have discrimination against people of color. We have discrimination against gender, etc. But we also discriminate against older people, and that is called ageism, because it does not matter. And I always tell people who wonder, "Uy, bakit ganun pa rin mag-isip si Secretary? Ang tanda-tanda na niya." Well, let me tell you, let me inform you, I have the best memory in my office of the Secretary. And Aster, who is in his 20s, can attest to that. I remember more than they could remember, because I spent more years on this planet. So, yung magdi-discriminate ka because of age, ay si ano matanda na. Hindi na yan uso. 1960s pa, inaano na yan, dinidiscourage na yan ng United Nations. You discriminate against people of color, of gender, etc., of other countries. But it's also wrong to discriminate against people of age. Tingnan mo yung ating mga cabinet members ngayon. Bilangin ninyo kung ilan ba ang mga teenager dyan. And I'm so happy because, again, you have someone, the legal advisor is in his 90s, 98 na ba siya, Willie, or what? Oh. And I'm still a very young, 81. Ako, feeling teenager talaga ako. Diba? Diba? Oh, sabi ko, tingnan mo yan. Tingnan ninyo yung National Security Advisor. Figure out the National Security Advisor as well. It does not matter at all. And I always tell those who, ay, matanda na siya, bakit siya naalaala ng ganun? Bakit magaling siya? And my answer always is, if you are born with how many, with a few brain cells between your ears, and you are born with many brain cells between your ears, it does not matter whether you are already 81 or 85 or 98. If you were born na kunti lang talagang brain cells mo, maski 18 years old ka, kunti pa rin talaga ang brain cells mo. Oo. Di ba? And that is a fact. And during the, naku, lola na talaga, storytelling stage na ako ngayon. During the yung confirmation, somebody brought out this picture. Sinasabi nila, bringing out nila yung picture ko na naka-wheelchair. She travels on a wheelchair daw. And my answer is that there is no correlation between the state of my knees and the state of my brains. And a very famous congressman said, I would rather have weak knees than weak brains. Take your pick. Gusto mo your weak knees or your weak brains? So, kung bright ka talaga. Kung bobo ka, kung kulang yung brain cells mo, kulang talaga. Hindi ba? And that is what ageism is all about. Anyway, what are we looking forward to as we move on to the 125th year of DepEd? One, I hope that we will continue our interest in the future studies, not na future na election na every 3 years or every 6 years, but how society will be like. Secondly, I hope that whatever reforms that we have started will be continued, and I have very high hopes that the incoming secretary will study all of this carefully, and she has made a public statement especially on our learning continuity program. So, kayong matitira, kayong maiiwan, and I hope and I pray that all of you will stay on to ensure continuity of our programs, continuity of our reforms, even as also we identify better ways of facing the challenges of education. Remember, and it's my favorite stories about Stephen Hawking. He was in his 70s when he passed on, and he headed a team of mathematicians and scientists who were looking for a galaxy to which we can migrate Kasi sabi niya, at the rate we're destroying our planetary system, our planet, the time will come we will have to migrate to another galaxy. And that is all part of the future. So let's all move on. And I'm very, very sure, sabi, hi, salamat, mag-closing remarks na. Mag-closing remarks na si Madam. And sabi, I will tell you a story. When mayroon akong favorite story at the time when I was very young. Of course, kayo, I don't know if some of you are young enough to remember Amang Rodriguez, no? He was very famous for his special brand of English. And he was the speaker of the House of Representatives at the time. So, tapos na yung session, after so much debate, sabi niya, session is adjourned. You may now pass. Sabi niya sa mga congressman, everybody pass. Session is adjourned. Aba, hindi kumikipot tong mga congressmen. So, he got a little irritated. Sabi niya, I said, session is over. Eh, hindi pa rin. You may pass. Ayaw pa rin. So, sabi niya, session is over. You can now pass out. Hindi pa rin kumikibo yung mga congressman. Inis na siya talaga. I said session is already adjourned. You can all pass away. I hope that time will not come in the next few years. Thank you. You are free to pass away. Nakalimutan ko ang isa sa pinaka-importanting balita na i-share ko sa inyo. Pinirmahan na yung executive order hinggil sa yung mga additional levels para sa ating mga teachers, yung career progression. Con todo collection, con todo lecture, con todo pangurot. And the Executive Secretary has very gladly already seen to it. So, yun siguro para sa mga teachers ang pinaka-mahalagang pamana at this time. Thank you.
Muli, ating palakpakan ang ating DepEd Secretary, Leonor M. Briones. Maraming salamat sa inyong mensahe, hindi lamang para sa selebrasyon ng ating 124th anniversary. Kasama na rin ang buong 6 na taon ng dedikasyon na paglilingkod upang makapaghatid ng dekalidad na edukasyon at serbisyo sa ating bansa. Tunay na hindi magiging ganap ang lahat ng ito kasama na ang mga pamana sa kagawaran kung wala kayo. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Isa pa ito sa exciting part na pinakahihintay ng madla, Sir Aaron.
Sino-sino kaya ang mga nanalo sa patimpalak natin ngayon?
Kaya naman, Sir Fidel, wag na nating patagalin to, no? So alam naman natin na excited na ang lahat kung kaninong pride ng bawat execom offices ang magwawagi. Pero bago ang lahat, nais po naming tawagin sa harapan ang ating sponsor, ang Manila Teacher Savings and Loan Association Incorporated at ang kanilang mga representatives.
Allow me to read the contents of this certificate. Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is hereby presented to Manila Teachers Savings and Loan Association Incorporated in grateful recognition of their solid support in the Regional Cultural Dance Competition and Banner Making Contest during the DepEd 124th Founding Anniversary with the theme Pamana, Kahusayan at Tagumpay ng Edukasyon. Given this 23rd day of June 2022 at DepEd Complex, Pasig City, signed Wilfredo E. Cabral, Regional Director, DepEd NCR and Officer in Charge, Office of the Undersecretary, Human Resource and Organizational Development.
Maaari po namin tawagin si Yusek Wilfredo E. Cabral at si Asek Torrio sa harapan upang igawad ang Certificate of Appreciation sa ating sponsor, ang Manila Teacher Savings and Loan Association
At
Incorporated.
ito'y pinamumunuan ni na Sir Chofisto Glenn V. Hermosa, ang Area Manager, Honorio V. Depano Jr., ang Assistant Operations Manager, at si Sir George A. Soriano, Operations Supervisor and Executive Assistant.
Muli ay maraming salamat po sa Manila Teacher Savings and Loan Association Incorporated. Dumako naman tayo sa paggawad ng Certificate of Appreciation para sa ating mga hurado.
Certificate of Appreciation. The certificate is hereby presented to name of judge in grateful recognition of her invaluable contribution as judge in the Regional Cultural Dance Competition and Banner Making Contest during the DepEd 124th Founding Anniversary with the theme, Pamana, Kahusayan at Tagumpay ng Edukasyon. Given this 23rd day of June 2022 at DepEd Complex, Pasig City. Signed, Wilfredo E. Cabral, Regional Director, DepEd NCR, and Officer in Charge, Office of the Undersecretary, Human Resource and Organizational Development.
Muli, nais po naming tawagin sa harapan si Yusek Cabral at si Asek Torrio. Kasama na rin po ang ating tatlong nagpipitagang judges para sa ating competition ngayon. Palakpakan po natin
Sila po ay sina Ma'am Ann Janet B. Casalme, Ma'am Arlene A. Duarte, at si Ma'am Elsa L. Magdaleno.
Muli ay maraming salamat sa ating mga hurado. At Sir Fidel, dumako na tayo talaga sa awarding ng Central Office Banner Making Contest. Sino kayang top entry na mag-uuwi ng mga prizes na nilaan ng ating sponsors at ng Department of Education.
At nais naming anyayahan muling umakyat dito sa entablado ang MTSLA executives upang igawad ang mga napanalunan sa patimpalak na ito. Ganon din po si Yusek Willie ng DepEd at si Ma'am Torio. Please, Ma'am. Pwede ba si... At para sa ating banner making contest, ang ating third placer ay walang iba kundi ang Legal Affairs!
Maaari pong pumunta ang representative ng Legal Affairs para tanggapin ang cash prize mula sa ating undersecretary, sa ating mga ex-com na nandirito, kasama na ang Manila Teachers Savings and Loan Association. Muli ay congratulations, Legal Affairs. Puntahan naman natin kung sino ang ating second placer para sa ating banner making contest. Ang ating second placer, walang iba kundi ang Human Resource and Organizational Development.
Yung third placer po kanina ay tumanggap ng 20,000 pesos. Ang second placer ay tumanggap din ng 28,000 pesos. At ang mananalo na grand winner ay tatanggap ng 40,000 pesos. Sino nga ba, Sir Aaron, ang grand winner ng banner contest, banner making contest?
Okay. So wag na natin patagalin, no? Para sa ating Central Office Banner Making Contest, ang ating champion na makakatanggap ng tumataginting na 40,000 pesos, walang iba kundi ang Finance! Ang green team ang Finance.
Mangyari lamang na umakyat ang representative ng Team Finance upang tanggapin ang inyong napanalunang premyo.
Grabe, hindi lang pride yung nagwagi, pati bulsa nagwagi, no? Bawat execom portfolio. Muli ay congratulations sa ating mga winners para sa Central Office Banner Making Contest. Huwag pong mag-alala yung ibang offices gaya ng sinabi natin kanina.
Manati lamang po kayo dito sa entablado, mga ginoot ginang sapagkat malalaman na rin natin kung sino ang mga mananalo sa ating cultural dance contest.
Okay, so bago ang lahat, just a reminder, ang mga Execom portfolio offices na hindi nakasama sa top 3 ay makakatanggap pa rin ng 5,000 pesos. So lahat pa rin ay panalo.
Ngayon naman ay dumako na tayo sa awarding ng ating Regional Cultural Dance Contest. Muli ay maraming salamat sa Manila Teachers Savings and Loan Association. Manatili lamang po tayo dito sa entablado para sa awarding.
Okay. So bago natin i-award ang mga panalo sa Regional Cultural Dance Contest, just an update po, no? Tumaas po ng malaking halaga ang matatanggap ng top 3 champions. Kasama na rin po ang mga consolation prizes. So ang first region, ang grand champion na region, ay makakatanggap na po ng 50,000 pesos.
At ang pangalawa ay makakatanggap ng 35,000 pesos.
At ang pangatlo ay makakatanggap ng 25,000 pesos. Kasama na rin po ang mga consolation prizes na amounting 7,500 pesos. Ngayon, para sa Regional Cultural Dance Contest, ang ating third placer ay mula sa Caraga Region. At bilang pagtanggap sa kanilang natanggap na premyo, ay nandito po si Asek Torio at si Yusek Cabral para maging representative ng Caraga Region.
At banggitin natin ang second placer. Walang iba kundi ang Region 8.
Siyempre, to receive pa rin, nandito pa rin po si Yusek Cabral at si Asek Torio. Congratulations, Region 8. At ang ating grand champion sa Regional Cultural Dance Contest, walang iba kundi ang Region 1.
Congratulations, winners! Ulitin ko lang sa banner making contest, ang first ay ang finance team, second, human resource and organizational development, ang third ay legal affairs. At sa regional cultural dance, ang first ay ang Region 1, second, Region 8, ang third ay ang Caraga. Congratulations, winners! Maraming salamat po.
Sa pagkakataon pong ito, nais po naming tawagin muli sa harapan si Undersecretary Wilfredo E. Cabral para sa maikling closing remarks para sa ating programa sa araw na ito.
Maraming salamat at magandang tanghalian sa lahat. Natutuwa po tayo na sa ating pagdiriwang ay sinamahan tayo ng ating minamahal at kagalang-galang na kalihim ng kagawaran, Madam Leonor Mactolis Briones. Ma'am, salamat po ng marami. Alam namin na marami kayong ginagawa, but kasama ang mga empleyado, kawani ang ating kagawaran sa ating pagdiriwang. Higit sa lahat, nagpapasalamat din tayo sa lahat ng mga regions na nagpadala ng kanilang mga entries at sa lahat ng mga empleyado na rumampa kanina at inubos yung kanilang mga boses sa pag-cheer at sa pagpapakita ng pakikiisa sa ating pagdiriwang. At ngayon, dumating na tayo sa huling yugto ng ating pagdiriwang. ngayong umaga at inaasahan natin ang patuloy pa ng mga aktibidades hanggang bukas. Inaasahan namin na nandun pa rin kayo. At sa lahat ng ating mga EXICOM members, sa kanilang pagsali din sa atin, sabi nga sa misa, gayon din na may pagpalain po natin ang mga hindi nakarating ngayon at na kasama natin sila sa ating pagdiriwang. At ngayon, muli maraming salamat. Katulad ng sinabi ng ating mahal na Secretary, everybody can pass away. Maraming salamat. Ay, sorry. Nakalimutan lang akong banggitin. Parang gagayahin ko na din si Mama. May nalimutan din lang po ako. Siyempre, sa pangunguna ng BHROD, EWD in particular, alam po natin kung gaano ang kanilang paghahanda na ginawa para sa selebrasyon na to sa ating mga host ngayon. At sa kay Earl, nasan si Earl? Mr. Earl Lucito, the Division Chief of the EWD, lahat ng mga empleyado at siyempre ang buong BHROD and tayong lahat ay naging kaisa nito. Salamat, EWD.
Muli ay maraming salamat sa ating lahat na hindi nagpatinag sa matinding sikat ng araw para lamang bigyang pugay ang ating founding anniversary. Sa ating mga hurado na matyagang kinilatis ang bawat patimpalak ngayong araw na ito, maraming salamat po. Sa major sponsor natin ang Manila Teachers Savings and Loan Associations Incorporated, tanggapin po ninyo ang malugod naming pasasalamat.
Sa ating mga regional offices, school divisions offices at mga schools, maraming salamat po. At sa ating mga executive committee members at sa ating nag-iisang kalihim ng kagawaran ng edukasyon, Leonor M. Briones, taos-pusong pasasalamat para sa inyo.
Isang mapagpalang araw sa ating lahat. Ang inyong Master of Ceremony, Fidel Salosagcol.
At ako si Aaron Castro. Maraming salamat sa ating lahat. Happy 124th Founding Anniversary at mabuhay ka, DepEd! Okay po. Hello, mic check. Hello.